Okay, okay. Team should I pick? Hey, Warriors. Yeah, I know I'm going Warriors. I want to play with Curry. Look at this shit.
I literally gave you the hat. How old are you? 27. I'm about to turn age tomorrow. Do it look like I would have found a hat if I bent over my back on her? Yeah.
Hey yo, hey yo.
Throughout All-Star Weekend, drop into the Event Center in the city to celebrate at the NBA 2K15 Old Town Flyers aircraft carrier. That's right, we've pulled this classic court from the vault and revamped it for this special event. Whether it's your first time or your first time in a long time, hop into this classic backdrop for 2v2 or 3v3 action. Games are to 15 points by one.
On the floor for the visiting Golden State Warriors. At shooting guard, Buddy Hield. At center, Trace Jackson Davis. At small forward, Jimmy Butler. At the other guard position, Stephen Curry. Rip City, let's meet your Portland Trailblazer.
And let's take a look at our starters for the...
Okay, control settings, vibration, and of course, layup timing. Big Daddy. Yeah, we're gonna be called Big Daddy.
Golden State Warriors. Curry and Hield to the sharpshooting backcourt. Chase Jackson Davis out there with MP. And it's Butler in at the 3 slot. And for Portland, Robert Williams out there with DeAndre Ayton. Then there's Scoot Henderson. Then there's Abdia. And it's Grant in at the 3. Grant, nothing quite like the first game of a brand new season. So many possibilities.
You know, BA, for the players, you're excited and relieved at the same time. You get to see all the hard work you put in during the offseason pay off.
Abdia. Jackson Davis grabs a miss. Hield passes to MP. The shot no good.
Whoa there, buddy. What's that? What was that? Hold on. Whoa. Whoa. What was that? Ring.
Some solid defense from Williams. Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to catch up with Chauncey Billups. And no surprise, Steph Curry was the topic of conversation on how they'll defend Steph. Coach laughed, is there a way? I mean, this guy is not just a shooter. Steph's ball handling, his passing, it's what makes him an all-time great. It's always a pleasure to watch Steph Curry, and we get another chance to tonight. Guys.
All right, appreciate it, Allie. MP, no good.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
On offense, here are the Trailblazers. First chance of the year for them to go up against this Warriors team.
And they'll meet 3 times overall. A little bit of a tone setter here tonight.
Whoever wins here immediately gets the edge in the season series, so I expect to see both teams with intensity.
All right, on the line, we've got our insider, Shams Charania. What do you have for us, Shams?
Hey, guys. Well, this year marked the loss of Blazers great, Hall of Famer, and truly a one-of-one, Bill Walton. One of the greatest big men this league has ever seen, known for his incredible passing skills. And off the court, he was just as dedicated to assisting others and making the world a better place. Guys, there is no question Bill Walton will be missed.
His legacy carries on. Okay, Shams, thank you. Now here's MP. Nails it, and he's 1 for 5 with that one. Here's Henderson. Pass to Ayton. Grant outside. Back to Ayton. Grant finds Ayton. And Ayton with the stuff.
With his length, Ayton can easily get to the rim. In fact, he almost makes it look too easy.
Curry passes to MP. Henderson against Curry. And the ball out of play. The Trailblazers will have it. Green's checked in for the Warriors.
Why am I so slow?
The Warriors making a switch here. On the floor for the Warriors. Curry and Hield to the sharp-shooting backcourt. MP is out there with Butler. And it's post in at the 5. Here's Grant. The kick out to Williams. Pass to Abdia. Shot clock at 5. Fires from way outside. Williams misses. And so it's Curry with it. He brings it up for the Golden State Warriors. Trailing by 2. Well, when this game is over and done with, they'll be off to Utah to take on the Jazz. That'll be the second of 2 games on the road. Well, Richard, with the relocations and the floor he covers, Curry is still an anomaly with his conditioning.
Oh, he's got an off-season program that would make other NBA stars tap out, including myself. His conditioning is amongst the best of all time. It wears on you as a defender.
Payton's checked in for Butler. That one drops. He ties it up. Grant, despite the Warriors' success over the last decade, it hasn't always been this way for this franchise.
Yeah, they didn't have many winning seasons before they got Steph, Clay, and Dre. And you know, BA, from 1978 to 2012, they made the playoffs just 6 times.
Now here's Avdia. Lets the three fly. Grant's shot is off.
It hasn't been his best quarter. I mean, he's trying to shoot himself out of a slump.
Banked it in off the glass. Payton's got his first basket of the night.
That's what you call playing big. He just stays committed to the attack mode.
Also relying on his skill there. That's a nice move against length.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Well, Jimmy Grant averaged single digits in points the first 4 seasons of his career. But over the last 4 seasons, he's scoring over 20 a game. He said it all changed for him back in Detroit, adding, quote, "I grew as a player, being the #1 option and seeing different coverages. Now I'm reaping the benefits," unquote. Brian?
All right, Allie, thanks. And so it's Golden State with it after the basket by Portland. It's stolen by Henderson. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
Yeah, despite standing about 6'2", Henderson has a big-time vertical, and he plays a lot bigger than his height.
He's got his first free throws of the night right here. And he makes the first. Grant, there have been so many great players that have gone through Portland over the years.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it's almost 50 years since their last title. It's a great city with a great fan base. And for their sake, I hope their second title comes soon.
Looney's checked in for the Warriors. Pajimski comes in for Hield.
You have to love how Scoot Henderson plays beyond his size. I mean, using the quickness and agility to get the better of bigger players. I mean, that's impressive. For a young guy to be doing.
That shot missing.
The battle of the boards has been something to watch.
Payton against Sharp. Payton passes to MP. He's got it. That makes him 2 for 8. Hopefully he can get it going now.
Breakdown for the defenders, and you can't ask for an easier bucket than that.
Curry against Henderson. Sharp passes to Avdia. Here's Kamare. Outside Sharp. Clock at 6. Looney grabs a miss.
Despite the miss, those are the kind of looks coaches hope to create.
MP inside. It's good on the putback. And the Warriors lead by 3.
Woo, hard work creating the second chance opportunity.
Here's Sharp. 11 feet out, and he hits it.
And it looks like Sharp is fairly comfortable in the mid-range. Having dynamic shot-making ability would be a big plus for him.
Oh, Looney, cool and calm at the rim.
And just shredding apart the defense with his passing. He's helping to pace this offense so well.
He's locked in with his teammates right now, setting guys up in perfect position.
Stephen Curry getting it done for the Warriors. Hit a couple from downtown this quarter. More in
37, the Warriors 14. And have a big round of applause for your Trailblazers youth dance team.
Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. Stephen Curry having a dominant impact in this game.
Yeah, he's kind of been the floor general for them tonight. A lot of assists for him.
And it's a role we don't always see him in, but he's done a great job tonight getting the rest of his team involved.
Scoot Henderson out there with Avdia. Then there's Robert Williams. Then it's Jeremy Grant. And it's Ayton in at center. That's the group starting the second half for Chauncey Billups. Pass to Henderson. Tries to keep it alive. The Trailblazers rebound. Williams finds Grant. Over Butler. No good. A bit long that time.
Off to a bit of a slow start in the second half. 0 for 3 so far.
MP outside. And Grant, we know the importance of the veteran leaders on a team, but not every vet wants to accept a mentorship role.
Very true, B.A. In your later years, that role becomes a blend of playing and kind of coaching. Not everyone is cut out for that.
Henderson to pass to Williams. Henderson against Curry. Henderson misses.
Bad offense to begin the second half. 4 misses right off the bat.
Here's Butler. Butler soars in to cap off the ring.
I wouldn't say Butler seeks contact, but he sure doesn't turn it down.
They're searching for a way to score.
Yeah, buckets have been very tough to come by.
Henderson for 3. They get it back. Ayton. Some solid defense from Butler. The Warriors lead by 5. MP looking it over. Looking to end this cold spell. And the layup is up and in. MP's got 6 points.
More points coming from inside. In that respect, they've been the more aggressive team.
And when you look back at the 2023 draft, the Warriors got great value out of their picks.
Yeah, I mean, they got Pajimski with the 19th pick, a versatile player who impacts the game at both ends. They also got Trace Jackson Davis late in the second round.
Warriors trailing. On the court for Golden State to start the fourth. Curry and Hield to the sharp-shooting backcourt. MP is out there with Trace Jackson Davis. And it's Butler in at the 3, the small forward.
What focus from Curry on offense so far, doing everything he can to provide a lift for his squad.
Henderson outside. Ayton finds Avdia. And the rebound goes to the Warriors. Jackson Davis has got 4 rebounds now. Outside Butler. MP shot is off.
And they're up right now, but it hasn't been because of him. He's really struggled on offense.
They get it again. Grant. Some solid defense from Butler.
Got the ball where he wanted it, but then got swarmed.
And he lobs it up to the rim. Jackson Davis misses.
Looking for the spectacular and coming up empty.
Just go to show how tight your timing needs to be on this kind of play. Got to find easier shots when you're already struggling. That's not going to get it.
MP inside. Williams defending. He's good. And the Warriors lead by 3.
That's 10 straight points they've given up in the painted area.
Henderson, the pass to Grant. Plenty of space. And right through it goes.
Just one made basket for him here in the fourth, but it's a big one.
Pass to MP. Oh, it's blocked by Williams. Tries yet again. And Ayton pulls it down. Ayton's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one.
He's been off. Still, they're up, so not all is lost.
Grant right side. Beyond the arc. On target from range. Grant's got 5 points now in the quarter. All right, right, guys, what's your take on the hustle stats for Portland?
They've been just suffocating on defense the whole game. Look at their shot blocking. The opposition doesn't have any room to breathe.
You gotta respect their energy level. A lot of steals, staying active and making things happen.
The kick out to Williams. Henderson for three. It's rebounded by Golden State. Outside heel. Good, and Butler gets the assist.
The situation does not matter for Buddy Hield. He is a fearless shooter and comes up big for his team right there.
Now a timeout called by Portland.
Yeah, hoping to tap into something that'll get them clicking.
Yeah, they need to regroup and maybe try and draw something up that can get them a clean look at the basket.
Does not feel like chemical this.
And now we present our new bout.
Substitution on the court. Shooting for Golden State. Draymond Green at the line for one.
And that one misses.
A vocal leader both on and off the floor. Green plays with a real fire in edge.
And he buries it. And that one brings him within one.
We see this every night. He has the skill and versatility to keep a defense guessing.
And an intentional foul there stops the clock.
Yeah, and there's no question they have to foul. Now, I'm sure they would have preferred to avoid it.
So both teams making some changes here. And so both free throws good. And it's a three-point game.
The last make was huge. Now, realistically, the worst case scenario for them is OT.
There's Simons with a three. He's off from three. And so it's the Warriors who come out on top here. And this was an emotional win for them. No doubt about it.
Just a fantastic accomplishment. You love how they just diffuse the energy in this arena.
That concludes the first game of the NBA season. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Ali LaForce, this is Brian.
I don't understand why this feels so different. I'm a feel slow.
out there doing work.
Hey, man.
Senta, mierda, boy, mierda.
Welcome to NBA 2K TV and happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. It's also the tip-off of All-Star Weekend, and this year is action-packed. The Bay Area is transforming, and 2K will be there to welcome fans. Check out this mural going up celebrating the last time the San Francisco...
Warriors fans, it's time.
Here are the starters for Los Angeles. Leonard and Jones slot in at the small and power forward. The guard pair, it's Harden and Powell. And it's Zubats in at the center. And for Golden State, some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Hield. Big Daddy is out there with Butler. And it's Jackson Davis in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And the Warriors dynasty with their core seemingly over. You never want to completely scratch them out. But, Shams, how are we going to remember the run that this remarkable franchise has had?
You could make a case that the 2017 team might be the best to ever play, and the Warriors have become an elite franchise in NBA history. It might be a while since we see a dynasty quite like this, especially with the big three of Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson.
Hall of Famers, great coaching, solid ownership. They had it all. Zubats, that's good.
The more productive he is down low, the more minutes Zubac is going to get. That's just excellent execution and finish.
To the paint, here's Jackson Davis.
Well, he's such a good athlete for a center. It's how he's able to succeed despite being one of the smallest fives in the NBA.
Now Leonard. 23 points his last outing. Zubac trying to break loose. Some solid defense from Butler.
Well, we love his ability to attack the rim. He just loses a little bit of focus and misses the chippy.
Shams, you've been around the NBA for a long time now. Which players do you enjoy watching the most?
Greatness, especially the guys that are regarded among the greatest of all time, like LeBron James, like Stephen Curry, like Kevin Durant. You have to throw those in there. But this is a new era, a new crop. The Jason Tatums, Jaylen Browns, Nikola Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Have to throw Luka Doncic in there. You have Donovan Mitchell, you have Paolo Banchero, you have Tyrese Halliburton, you have Joel Embiid, you have Tyrese Maxey, Jimmy Butler, you have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Anthony Edwards, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Devin Booker, Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis, De'Aaron Fox, Victor Wembanyama. So let's not have anyone here left out.
All right, they're all fun to watch.
Well, Buddy Hield not backing down on the interior. He says, I got more than shooting in my game.
Here's Jones, and it's Jones finishing it off.
And guys, that's not as easy as he made it look. You've got to have some skills to pull that off.
Well, he's got plenty of those, that's for sure. And they're bringing you up close and personal on the AT&T 5G Slam Cam. And in last year's playoff, Shams, we did see a lot of players injured and unable to play. What are some of the solutions that may be being talked about that you hear about?
People certainly ask if this is a result of the 65-game rule. Is it the more physical play? Is it the consequences of the regular season? The league is going to take a wait-and-see approach to determine if this is an issue they have to fix. But they do love the results of what this has brought as far as player availability moving forward.
Yeah, they do seem sold on that 65 number, don't they?
100%. And at the end of the day, some of these injuries are flukish. There's a lot of, obviously, lower body injuries, and you can't measure that. I think the league is going to want to see more data over the next 5 to 10 years to really determine, does this rule impact the game and impact injuries?
The shot, no good. Here's Big Daddy, and that one is good. 6 points for Big Daddy.
They're setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
So timeout called here, the first for Los Angeles. This game against Golden State is the first time they've met this season.
And they were unbeaten against this club last season. Not surprising considering where they both finished in the standings.
Well, they're more talented, more accomplished at this point, but you can't rely on.
Both teams making substitutions here. And Shams, we know you are so connected and on top of so many great stories and players and trends in the NBA. I have to ask, what is your... like I'm talking to my teenage daughter. What is your screen time like? You've got to be in front of that computer and clearly in front of your phone every minute, or at least most every minute of every hour of every day.
It's not as high as it needs to be, Kevin, I'll tell you that much. Thankfully, it's not always like that, but certainly at the biggest times of the year, free agency, draft, trade deadline, it is certainly up there, almost in the 19 to 20 range. Kevin, what's your screen time? I feel like you might have a high screen time. You want to be plugged in. I know it.
I take 2 months off in the summer, but for those 10 months, it's 7 days a week, a lot like you. But I know how much happens in the offseason. That's my interest in sitting next to you here courtside tonight, is that you're watching this game, but your mind is always thinking about this and that, and it never ends. Like, you must not get much sleep. You cannot get much sleep.
We do get sleep, but your off season is my season, Kevin, and I want to make sure as we get this season going, I'm able to inform you.
And you always do. Always do. Setting the floor for the Clippers. The veteran wings, Powell and Leonard.
Wait a minute.
Jones and Zubats make up the 4 and the 5. And it's Harden in at the point guard position. And the Clippers getting that contract extension done.
Oh, bro.
With Coach Tyler.
There's one thing I want to ask. Would you be interested in custom graphics designs? Like 2D, 3D model, banners, overlay, PFPS, thumbnails, intro. Now good.
I'd probably be interested in like banners, I guess.
Really invested in the future, haven't they, Sean?
A nice, shiny new arena is everything that they've built in LA, and yet this is a counted and
Not one of those spots, bro.
ticking for this iteration of Clippers basketball around Kawhi Leonard. They know the time is right.
Who do you have this for?
Jeff Van Gundy, another great basketball mind on that stage. Phenomenal alley-oop slam there. They are taking advantage of a team that looks lost out there.
I wasn't looking,
Warriors
bro.
leading by 7.
Zoe Williams, here is my Discord.
Okay, bro.
Send me a request.
And they keep hammering away at him inside, forcing the ball.
When I don't play, it's just aggressive stuff.
Outside, Jones, the pass to Leonard.
Or send me your Discord server or username.
The Los Angeles Clippers coming to this one after the win against the Nuggets in Ball Arena. Here's Big Daddy.
Can't listen you.
We've got 1:23 left to play here in the second quarter. And it's in there. Big Daddy's got the lead up to 11 now for the Warriors.
Probably like when I'm done playing, I'll give you a shout, bro.
What an outstanding night.
And the Clippers call time.
Definitely give you a shout.
As the coaches go to the clipboard to outline their strategy during the timeout, the players getting a chance to rehydrate.
What?
It hasn't even been close. Warriors ahead as they wrap up the second quarter.
47.
I'll give you a shout after.
31. Ladies and gentlemen, your Warriors U15.
After this match,
Damn.
Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. You know, Jonathan Kuminga has been exceptional here, guys.
And you know he's going to put up points every time out, but boy, he made it look so easy in that first half.
Now let's see if he continues that trend the rest of the way. He certainly has the talent and the endurance to do just that.
Some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Hill. Big Daddy is out there with Trace Jackson-Davis. And it's Butler in at the 3. That's Steve Kerr's spot as we get into the second half.
Getting it done on both ends, and it shows up in the score.
Well, what I love is the energy they're bringing right now. They're ignoring the scoreboard and playing hard.
Zubac finds Harden.
It's a +5 advantage for them in rebounding after that one.
And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, a couple of seasons ago, Steph Curry first brought out the night when he put a team away. Asked about his inspiration, he said, I have no idea. I don't choreograph any of that stuff. I was just having fun. You know how kids' bedtime routines are important? It's the final signal, the job well done that day. Kevin?
Well said. He is a...
Makes it 10 of their last 12 coming from inside the paint.
Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Leonard against Butler. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
Because Kawhi Leonard has such a well-rounded offensive game, it's easy for him to put the defense in a bad position, draws contact there.
The Clippers have hit most of their free throws tonight, 5 of 6.
And one of the highlights last year for this group was the fact that they were so efficient from the charity stripe. That's a huge factor.
And he knocks down the first one.
Known for his incredible defense, Leonard's huge hands and timing really helped make an impact.
So Curry will bring it up for the Golden State Warriors. They led the game at 1 point by 20. And on the floor for the Clippers here in the fourth, the guard pair is Harden and Powell. Down in the block, it'll be Kawhi next to Zubac. And it's Bogdanovich, and it's a small forward. And there's the whistle on the shot. Took the foul, shot misses. He'll be shooting 2. What do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Warriors?
They've been playing some really physical offense, just attacking the paint as much as possible. And I tell you what, they have been very successful with that strategy.
Something else that they've had working for them is attacking the offensive glass. Boy, taking advantage and creating second chance points. Impressive.
The 3 from Harden. Jimmy Butler with the rebound. Butler's got 4 rebounds in this game. Here's Curry. Curry always finds a way. This time inside.
One of the most special players offensively in the history of the game, Stephen Curry, cooking right now.
Here's Harden. And that one drops for him.
And this guy is a scoring machine. I mean, I know I'm not the only one to describe him that way.
Healed the pass to Big Daddy. Driving inside. Second shot opportunity, and that's 2 points on the layup. And the Warriors lead by 14.
You're fighting to keep the possession alive, something this guy does so well.
Harden against Curry. Pass to Powell. And here is Zubac. Takes it out to Leonard. 6 on the shot clock. Powell, no one around him. Kept alive. Leonard, the pass to Zubac. Count it.
Kawhi Leonard understands when and where to deliver the ball to his teammates. Pretty play.
Pass to Big Daddy. Rebound, Kawhi Leonard.
And the activity he shows around the rim is why he is such a respected defender.
And what you love about his work defensively, the ability to challenge and change shots without fouling.
Good.
This guy has made giant strides in his playmaking. Nice setup by Buddy Hield right there.
Here's Leonard. It's hauled in by Jackson Davis. Jackson Davis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. Curry passes to Big Daddy. No good there. Great D that time from Leonard. And over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. He trains the quick shot.
You've got to keep the defense on their heels, and Kawhi consistently able to make pull-up jump shots.
Timeout called the Warriors. And now we present our New Balance player of the game, Stephen Curry.
And in terms of his shooting, this has been one of the more...
Substitution on the court.
There's 18 seconds left in the fourth. The deep three from Harden. Here's Eubanks. The rebound by Post. Here's Pajemski. So we see the Warriors taking the game here. Some good moments throughout this one, but they have the clear advantage down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way they executed on both ends of the floor. Completely under control for the vast majority of the game. And whenever there was a misstep, they just didn't allow it to fester. And that's why they're going to walk away with the win.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. See you later.
Hey, man. You'll never get better watching other players work out. Go do something.
Welcome to 2K Sports, everyone. We have some exciting NBA action coming up. Tonight, it'll be the New Orleans Pelicans going up against the Golden State Warriors here in Chase Center. Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Anderson, along with Grant Hill and Brent Berry, our distinguished analyst, Allie LaForce on the sidelines. And checking out the New Orleans opening lineup. Murray and McCollum make up the talented backcourt. Kelly Olynyk is out there with Zion Williamson. And for the Warriors, Curry and Hield to the sharpshooting backcourt. Then it's Trace Jackson-Davis. Then there's Jimmy Butler. And it's Big Daddy in at the power forward spot. Year after year, this early portion of the season is characterized by a great deal of overreaction, Grant.
The media and fans build up a lot of expectations in the offseason. And it's not that bad, but when those expectations aren't met, watch out. Listen, we all just need to settle down and see how things play out. The season is still very young.
Now here's McCollum. From outside the arc. Jackson-Davis grabs a miss. Here's Butler. And he buries his first look.
That is a tough two right there from Butler. Really is calling for rugged play and 100% effort.
Curry against Murray. Hook loose. The putback. Great positioning on the putback.
Huge putback. This guy plays with so much energy.
I don't know anybody that goes after the boards harder. Curry passes to Big Daddy. Shots blocked. Now the Pelicans in transition. The three counted from distance.
Quick trigger from Trey Murphy. This dude can let it fly.
And so Curry will bring it up for the Warriors. It's a three-point game. Well, Brent, we've seen Trey Murphy grow into a prototypical 3-and-D wing.
Well, what's been most impressive, BA, is you thought it was just his shooting. That's been better than advertised. He's also starting to show you rebound, run the floor, and defend a little bit. So the package is a little bit bigger than it was once thought of with Trey Murphy coming out of the NBA draft.
Both good from the line that time. All right, we've now got our 2K insider, Shams Charania, on the line. He's got a special report. Shams, it's all yours.
Thanks, guys. A big move for the Pelicans.
That was incredible! Oh, my goodness!
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Zion's got the stage all to himself there, just tearing down the rim.
Impressive looks on the AT&T 5G Slam Cam. The shot by Big Daddy, no good. The Pelicans have gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. McCollum outside. Off target with the three.
Well, that's not a shot he's ever going to pass up, and he shouldn't. Despite the miss, no defender anywhere near him. He's got to shoot that one.
Big Daddy's shot is good.
Well, Curry doing a great job there with the pass. Of course, you're worried about the shot all the time, but a nice setup from Steph.
Murray passes to Olynyk. Butler covering. Williamson left side. No good from outside. The Warriors have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Here's Butler. Soft touch off the glass. Butler's got his second basket on the night.
Butler attacking in close. Such a gifted scorer.
To the paint. Here's Williamson. Jackson-Davis grabs a miss. The Warriors leading and keeping us updated from the sideline. Allie LaForce.
Steve Kerr gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. He feels the X factor in this one could be C.J. McCollum. Coach said his combination of scoring and playmaking is elite, and his teammates follow his lead. We can't afford to let him go off tonight. That would make it an uphill battle. Brian.
Okay, thank you, Allie. And there it is for him.
Guys are getting points inside. That's a bad sign for the defense, so you don't want to allow too much penetration, especially from DeJounte.
And the Warriors call time here. Big Grand DeJounte Murray, a bit of a throwback player. He's comfortable attacking at all 3 levels.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, he does a lot of work in the mid-range for a guard. He's very comfortable with any shot on the floor. Not shy about putting up a ton of attempts if that's what's needed.
And it's a completely new group for the Pelicans. get gone in the second quarter. Curry and Pods make up the backcourt. Then there's Butler. Then it's Trace Jackson-Davis. And it's Big Daddy in at the force line. So that's the group out there for Golden State. Butler's shot is good.
Opportunistic score there from Jimmy Butler. Sees the lane, fills the lane.
Pass to McCollum. We're about a minute and a half into the second quarter. Jackson-Davis grabs a miss. Jackson-Davis has got 4 rebounds in the game. Here's Big Daddy, covered by Williamson. Here's Big Daddy. Got it. 2 for 5 now.
Coach is loving the ball movement.
With the assist.
The Pelicans trail. Here's Williamson. The Warriors pull it in. Jackson-Davis has got 5 rebounds in the game. Pass to Butler. And Butler inside.
That's 10 straight points they've given up in the painted area.
The Pelicans have got 3 of 6 shots to go here in the second quarter. Williamson outside. The kick to Olynyk. The 3 is up. That's good. And it's Williamson with the assist. Olynyk's got 5.
Nice when coaches have a trigger man from the 5 spot. Kelly Olynyk can do that.
One thing this Golden State team does very well is control the offensive glass, Brent.
Well, there's been a lot of talk analytically about how advantageous it is to come in and swoop through to grab offensive rebounds. Golden State has bought into that philosophy. They also have guys who take a lot of long shots, so that's long rebounds with a better chance of gaining an extra possession. So some smart analytical play here for Golden State in the past couple seasons.
Here's McCollum, and he's in the books. Now 1 for 2.
Well, C.J. McCollum can go from second gear to 4th gear and back to second gear. A defense's nightmare.
Big Daddy. That one's good. Makes him 3 for 7.
Can't talk enough about the subtleties in that setup right there. The assist. Really the key to that entire sequence.
Pass to Olynyk. Here in the second quarter, just under 3.5 minutes played. McCollum against Curry. 5 to shoot. McCollum's shot is off. The Warriors lead by 3. Here's Big Daddy. From the stripe. McCollum pulls it in.
He hasn't helped the cause with his shooting, but his teammates have had his back.
Here's Williamson. It's rebounded by Golden State. Jackson-Davis has got rebound number 7 tonight. Here's Big Daddy. Cashes it in from 11 feet. Big Daddy's got 6 here in the quarter. And so Murray will bring it up for the New Orleans Pelicans. Here's Williamson. Jimmy Butler with a rebound. Golden State has gone 3 of 4 from distance in this game. And he's going for the oop here. Alley-oop on top, hammer it home.
So much attention on Steph that really opens up the floor.
Pelicans trail by 7. Murray passes to Olynyk. Butler covering. McCollum on the wing. Here's the 3. It's rebounded by Golden State.
This is a rough stretch right here for them offensively. Seems to be rushing shots.
Count it. Good.
This run has been fueled by their matador defense.
Send me your
New Orleans
Discord.
has gone 1 for 3 from downtown here in the second. Here's McCollum.
Murder, murder, bro, murder.
And again, New Orleans no good.
Well, that usually pretty much on the money. Maybe the timing just a little bit off on that one.
And so it's the Golden State Warriors. They have a nice 9-point cushion at the end of the quarter. And it's all due to their ability to own the paint. They've been dominant down low. More 2K action in just a moment. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We're halfway through the game. It has been one outstanding game from Jimmy Butler.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, just way too easy out there, and I'm sure coach is going to make that a priority at halftime.
Second half underway. Here's who Willie Green's got on the floor. Murray and McCollum make up the talented backcourt. Zion Williamson out there with Trey Murphy, and it's Olynyk in at the 5. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian. No surprise here. Stephen Curry hopes to be a Warrior for life. He said being a part of a group of legends that have played for one franchise, established a culture, and won at the highest level, and did it with a lot of different roster combinations. I don't ever take that for granted. Brian, what a run.
Yeah, it is a great run, and he's been the foundation, Allie. Thank you. And he makes both free throws. Brent, how much importance do you put on coaching at the pro level?
Well, B.A.
Zoe Williams here is my Discord.
The best coaches in the league are the best relationship builders. It's not about the tactics. Everybody's running the same plays and trying to take advantage of the same things. It really comes down to the connectivity between the coach and understanding each and every player you have on your team.
Murray deciding where to go with it. Jackson Davis grabs a miss. Jackson Davis has got 10 rebounds here tonight. So active. Pass to Big Daddy. 13 feet out. That's bucket number 5. He's 5 for 12 now.
They just look so overwhelmed inside. You know, that's why they continue to get attacked.
Pelicans trail by 11. Here's Williamson. Oh, what a drive by Zion.
The coordination that Zion has when he starts to get that body in motion, you gotta fear that if you're a defender on that play.
Just a little over 90 seconds gone in the third quarter.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
You know, Brent, C.J. McCollum is just a natural leader, a classic connector.
Yeah, C.J. has been amazing since day one coming into the NBA. I have no doubt that C.J., after his playing career is over with, is going to spend a lot of time either in the front office or in the league office, the way he presents himself.
Kindly send me the request. I am waiting.
The Warriors lead by 9. Here's Curry. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. Brett, it's been a blessing to watch Stephen Curry in real time. But he's the kind of player, his highlights will stand the test of time for years. Making some changes. Williamson's checked in for Jones. And it's DeJounte Murray in for Brown. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for the Warriors.
Well, they did a tremendous job keeping guys fresh. Their aggressiveness took over, showcased by their points off the fast break.
And another difference maker that we could point to tonight has been second chance points. They've been in there, they've had active hands, they've been in great position. They've been smart attacking the offensive glass.
Curry and Heel to the sharpshooting backcourt. Then it's Trace Jackson Davis. Then there's Gary Payton II. And it's Big Daddy in at the 4-man position. That's the Warriors 5. Williamson looking around. Going. Oh, Zion! Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I dare a man to take the charge on Zion Williamson. Everybody getting out of the way.
Just an awesome display of athleticism on our AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Here's Big Daddy. Knocked away. McCollum with a steal. Fast break for the Pelicans. Ooh, some effort by Zion.
Well, there's no I in team, but there is an I in Zion. And I see him getting it done.
Here's Big Daddy, covered by Williamson. The shot by Big Daddy, no good.
Big rebound on a night where they haven't exactly controlled the glass.
And there's the lob. Williamson, no good.
That could have been an easy pass and finish, Not really sure what went wrong.
Yeah, you'd like to keep things a little more simple, and that was a play that didn't quite develop the way they wanted.
And that one drops.
Yeah, even though Hield can pull up from anywhere, you love that he's always looking to find a shot for his teammate.
Knocks it loose. Oh, stolen by Peyton. Murray against Curry. Pass to Big Daddy. Tipped.
All the length of Kelly Olynyk helping to get that block.
And here's Williamson, guarded by Peyton. And again, no good by New Orleans.
Not a way to get out of a funk. He needs to be looking for good, solid, more efficient shots. Not the wild one he took there.
Here's Big Daddy, covered by Williamson. Big Daddy. The Pelicans pull it in. McCollum on the wing, guarded by Hield. Here's Olynyk, and it's Olynyk with a jam.
Well, really good ball movement on the entire possession, and then CJ getting slick.
Time called here. The Warriors decide to talk it over. They lead by 12. And there's a minute 45 left in the fourth quarter.
This was his game all night. I mean, he tore through the defense and almost never took a bad shot out there. Really, a level of offensive consistency most players can only dream of.
Wow, he really played phenomenal tonight. But we've almost come to expect that from him. He feeds off the energy from this crowd, and it certainly plays a part in elevating his game. 6 to shoot. And he lobs it up top. Oh, and a nice defensive play to disrupt the lob. To the middle. Here's Williamson. Oh, the jump by Williamson.
So awesome to see Zion healthy and showing off that elite athleticism.
And here's Curry. We've got 1:08 left in the fourth quarter of this one. Oh, it's blocked by Williamson. Alvarado, pass to Williamson. Zion inside. Man, he's just built for that. And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for the Pelicans.
Their defense has been on point all game long. They're out hustling the shooters and swatting down plenty of shots.
I feel like another part of tonight's game has been the hustle points, getting up and down, getting second chances, getting transition opportunities. Started fantastic in that area.
New Orleans calls timeout.
New Orleans.
They're down by 10. There's 42 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. Boston's checked in for New Orleans. Brown comes in. And so Golden State takes this one, and by a big margin. This one was a fun one to watch. They were clearly in the driver's seat down the stretch.
They really were, B.A. They played with great intensity on both ends of the floor, and they didn't allow their mistakes to get the better of them.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Brent Barry, Grant Hill, and Ali LaForce.
Cause why y'all gotta be gay?
That's it.
I see you out there doing work.
It's like a sauna in here. Who's on the AC? Hey, when's the last time you went to the zoo? Thinking of going this weekend.
Let's get into the rec with T-Suit. Working out the handles in the mid-range with 1, 2, and 3 crossovers. We're gonna need a timeout and an ankle x-ray. The block attempt. No luck there. Way to make your own layup package right.
The Golden State squad coming through the tunnel earlier, with the Warrior faithful anxiously awaiting their arrival on the floor. Hello everyone, proud to bring you Wednesday night coverage of the NBA on 2K Sports. Kevin Arnold here with you. Joining me tonight, Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony. Our buddy David Aldridge is on the sideline getting story. And the starting lineup for the Pelicans. In the guard spots, it'll be Murray and McCollum. Zion Williamson is out there with Trey Murphy. And it's Olynyk in at the 5, roaming the paint. And for the Warriors, some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Heel. Butler out there with Big Daddy. And it's Jackson Davis in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And if you claim to be a basketball purist, and Greg, I know you do, one thing you gotta love watching is great ball movement.
Which is something both of these teams take pride in. It's always fun to watch guys be unselfish with the ball and look to make each other better.
So the Pelicans win the tip.
Yo, take DeJounte.
Murray against Curry. Here's Williamson. Uses the glass to drop it in.
As you expect, Zion getting forceful and dominant inside.
Curry passes to Big Daddy. They get the rebound. Another shot. And he sinks the win.
Yeah, going hard to the rack, making a statement here. Early on.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, you want to be aggressive and get the other guys on their heels.
Now here's Murray. They really needed more from him in that loss to Golden State. Butler with the ball. And stolen by Murray. From past the arc. Good on the triple.
This speaks to how confident Murphy is. Excellent at recognizing when to take these shots.
Now the Pelicans have lost in the first round GA of the playoffs in 2 of the last 3 years.
And with how good the West is right now, they knew they couldn't stand pat. They felt the urgency to make some changes this offseason in order to take the next step.
Here's Olenek after the made shot from Big Daddy. Pass to Williamson. And finished off by Williamson.
Defying the laws of physics, Zion Williamson.
Nice angle on that replay with the AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Launches it. Warriors the rebound. Healed. That one good for 2.
Relentless effort creates the second chance opportunity.
Murray kicks to Olenek. Warriors with the rebound. They came away with the victory in the last meeting, which, by the way, was also in this building.
And in the last face-off against these guys, they built a huge advantage in free throw percentage. So nice feed. You can see how Curry makes their offense flow, even when he's not scoring.
Here's Murray. The Warriors making the shot. And there's the 3-second call. This one on the defense.
Ball to the Pelicans.
And many around the league believe Curry doesn't get enough fouls called in his favor. GA, what do you think?
There could be some truth to that. He gets held and grabbed more than anyone when running off screens, but especially blatant on drives to the rim.
Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. Curry against Murray. 6 to shoot. Unable to get that one. For New Orleans, their last game they lost to the Warriors in San Francisco.
Well, when you're facing a team that's feeding off the crowd's energy, you have to bring your A game, and they didn't do that defensively.
Yeah, when you have a defense showing this form, it's normally due to an overall lack of effort.
Goodness, I mean, we feel those high and down.
Here's Big Daddy, covered by Williamson. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
And really the defense fouled in there to prevent the layup, but that's exactly what you need to do.
The Warriors shooting their first free throws of this one.
Yeah, a year ago, though, Kevin, 78% conversion rate from the free throw line, so that's a nice all-around effort.
I'm told now by our producer, do we have them, guys? Okay, we do. We have a call coming in from Shams Charania. Shams, thanks for joining us. What do you have?
Thanks. Well, for the Warriors this summer, there was disappointment seeing their longtime trio broken up with the departure of Klay Thompson. But many around the league felt like with the additions they've made, this team is actually upgraded. So, guys, we'll see how they hold up in this crowded Western Conference. Do Steph Curry and Draymond Green have it done?
They'll be challenged for certain. Okay, Shams, thank you for the report. And the Warriors making a
What
change here.
happened?
Peyton's checked in.
I understand what is happening.
A minute 42. Deciding to change it up. So with Curry sitting on the bench, here's the group that Steve Kerr has on the floor. They've got Big Daddy. Buddy Hield is out there with Pajemski. Then there's Gary Payton the second. And it's Jackson Davis in at the center position.
And now only one away from being in the penalty.
And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for New Orleans.
Well, they've set the tone early with their pace. So important to capitalize on transition opportunities, and it keeps the defense off balance.
And let's not forget how terrific they've been on the offensive glass, throwing themselves on that backboard and being rewarded with additional points.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sideline. You got for us, DA.
Kevin, thanks. Dejounte Murray is not one for the fast lane. He said, I come from all that stuff, but I've been done that. I'm a homebody. I'm focusing on basketball. There's a lot going on in this world. So smart. Kevin, growing up in South Seattle, seen it all.
You know, David, he counts himself fortunate to have escaped all of that. Thank you. And so he hits the technical free throw. For teams, Stan, that make coaching changes in the offseason, how long do you think it takes to fully implement your system, a coach's new system?
Well, that's an interesting question, Kevin. First of all, I don't think you ever fully implement your system. You're always adding to it. You're always tinkering with it. And for a new coach, what you're really doing is you're learning your team and adjusting your system as you go along to fit your talent.
Olynyk with the steal. McCollum against Hield. Here's McCollum, guarded closer. The layup missed. Warriors trail by 4. Hield, the pass to Big Daddy. No good. That miss takes him to 3 for 7. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. So coach, thinking about Zion Williamson and his impact on the game. Sometimes his
No, play good at all.
So it's New Orleans holding on to an 11-point cushion as we get ready to take a break. They're playing a bruising game inside, and it's working.
49.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. You look at Zion Williamson, guys. In this game, he has been everywhere.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him. Really staying focused on quality shots.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
Tipping off the second half, here's Willie Green's foul. In the guard spots, it'll be Murray and McCollum. Williamson out there with Olynyk. And it's Murray penetrating. Just 5 on the clock. Doesn't go for him. Warriors trail by 9. Here's Big Daddy. He's got 6. Count that one. Big Daddy's got 8 points.
And they're forcing the ball inside, and it's working.
Alright. One that stuff called me Big Daddy now. It weird.
Like a shot. Here's Williamson, and the dunk by Williamson.
Yeah, if Zion gets a runway, nothing is going to stop him.
Curry passes to Big Daddy. Zion Williamson grabs the miss. Pelicans leading by 9. Breaks and reaching 5. Consecutive NBA Finals. The Warriors have missed the playoffs 3 of the past 5 years.
And to be fair, they did go 46 and 36 last season. They were 10 games over 500 last year. So they weren't a bad team, but Golden State doesn't just expect to be in the play-in. They want to be a contender.
And it's Williamson with the rebound.
Okay, you really low.
Fourth rebound with that last one here tonight. McCollum with the slam.
McCollum very smooth with the handle, creating the separation he needs.
Warriors trail by 11. And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now. pulls it from the elbow. And the basket by Curry. He's got 12.
And boy, he's really in a groove. Dominant performance last game. Same thing this time out.
Yeah, for sure. He is just oozing confidence. Thinks every shot is going in. They should just keep running sets for him.
Jackson Davis with the bounce pass. A free ball. And the shot is good. The Pelican lead has been cut down now to just 6 on the basket from Curry.
Honestly, guys, Curry is the best three-point shooter I've ever seen.
Here's McCollum. It's blocked. And up the court come the Warriors on the break. Over Murray. Good. Curry so dangerous in transition.
Well, when you have a scorer as skilled as he is, you do everything you can to get him the looks he needs.
Timeout is called. First of the game for the Pelicans. And defensively stand, the Pelicans look to try and switch as much as they can.
Yeah, Kevin, and it makes sense with their personnel. It can mean reduced minutes for traditional centers at times, but that's the defensive philosophy they've committed to.
Whole new group out there and a whole season still ahead of us, but it's well worth seeing how the updated power rankings shake out. Taking a look at New Orleans, they're gaining on some of the teams above them, trying hard to crack into that top 5. Some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Hill. There's Jackson Davis out there. Get down. And it's Butler at the 3. That's the Warriors' 5. And so it's Murray with it. He brings it up for the New Orleans Pelicans. It's a one-point game. And Williamson throws it down.
Look out below. Zion came flying in to finish that out.
Here's Curry. The focus from Curry. Gets it to fall inside. Neither team here in the fourth generating a lot of separation.
Yeah, it's been a close one. 5 times the lead has switched hands thus far.
McCollum against Teal. McCollum dishes to Jones. Pocket 6. Murray outside. Shoots over Curry. Murray, no good.
Well, if you have the space, you have to take that shot. He missed it, but he's trying to keep the defense on.
And he gets the bucket. Now it's a 3-point Warrior lead.
Well, they have leaned on him offensively with good reason. Efficiency will help them win a lot of games.
And looks like the illegal kick was set. Yep, that's right. That'll get their attention.
Well, I don't know what happened during halftime, but he just hasn't had his focus since the break. Too many careless turnovers.
And the points coming for them now, Greg and Bunches.
And we're seeing what a high-octane offense should look like.
Big Daddy, that's good.
And what a half for this offense. If they can stay this high, a great chance to extend this lead.
McCollum against Teal. McCollum, no good. Warriors leading by 5. The pass to Big Daddy. Fires from the line. Here's Hield. And there it is for him.
And what a show of agility by Hield. Getting around the contact there and right to his finish.
Here's Murray. Oh, Leonard trying to break loose. Murray, no good. Here's the Warriors with the ball. They've gone on a 10-2 run. Not much.
And coming down the stretch here, both teams still on fire.
Yeah, in hopes that your opponent is just going to go cold. That's not going to happen. It doesn't look like in this one. This might go down to whoever has the last possession.
Now a timeout called by New Orleans.
Let's see if Coach can get them back on the right track.
Yeah, I like the timeout here. The coaching staff needs to get these guys regrouped and refocused.
And now, a moment to present the New Balance Player of the Game, Stephen Curry.
And it's been a ridiculous performance in the best sense possible. I mean, everything about his game has been working. And no matter what they've thrown at him, he's had the answer.
What a connection he has to these fans. They love him here. And the more he has games like this, the deeper that connection gets. And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Guys, here's what Willie Green was doing in reviewing the plan with his team. Now, he's not pleased with the perimeter game on both sides of the ball. He told his guys, we aren't working hard enough out there. We need to shut down the perimeter on defense, and on offense, we have to focus from good to great.
Thank you, David. They can burn some clock if they want to.
And get a little breather as well.
What? No sense.
And they get it. It's hauled in by Jackson Davis. Warriors leading by 9. And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact. It's going to be on Zion Williamson.
And very quietly, Hield is one of the best three-point shooters in our league, as dangerous as they come.
And he makes both free throws. New Orleans has gone 1 of 2 from three-point range here in the fourth. Here's Murray. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Pelicans will retain possession.
Ball for the Pelicans.
And stolen by Butler. And here's the fast break. Here's Hield. Lays it up off the glass. Hield's got the lead up to 13 now for the Warriors.
And you know they feel good giving their fans a show here while taking care of business.
Yep, the crowd gets to go home feeling good about the win tonight. Their team looked impressive.
Pounding it in the paint there. Murray doing it all.
Tries from 10. And there the Warriors now with another bucket.
Taking no chances. They go on one last run to seal the deal.
Yeah, this run has poured a bucket of water on any ember of a potential comeback.
Curry passes to Big Daddy. Good, and Curry gets the assist.
Boy, you have to be impressed with the offensive production. They have got it firing on all cylinders.
Well, clearly the defense has had no answer for them. Might be time to try something different.
So we see the Warriors taking the game here. Some good competition, but the hometown advantage and their ability to stay focused, I think, made the difference.
Yeah, the first step to becoming a good team is your ability to win. At home, and they really seem to revel.
Good game last night.
Hit a button and choose your favorite play. You've been making great plays, and we want to see them. Send them on social with the hashtag 2KTVWOW and your gamer tag. We're on the lookout. See you next week for the top play of Season 4 vote. I'll have 100,000 VC check to send out to the winner. I've just got to find some stamps to mail it. Where are those things? See ya!
Now the starters for the visiting Golden State Warriors. At center, Trace Jackson Davis. At shooting guard, Brandon Bajinski. At small forward, Jimmy Butler. At the other guard position, Stephen Curry. At the other forward position, number 11. The head coach of the visiting team is Steve Kerr.
All right, the starters for the Golden State Warriors. Curry and Pods make up the backcourt. Then there's Jimmy Butler. Then it's Trace Jackson Davis. And it's the Prodigy in at the 4 spot. And for Houston, Van Vliet and Green, they're manning the backcourt. Tari Eason is out there with Thompson. And it's Şengün in at the 5. For NBA fans, early season games are so entertaining to watch, Grant. What's your favorite part of the early goings?
You know, BA, take your pick. Rookie development, team chemistry building, plus you wait all off season to see how your team measures up. And now we get to find out.
Eason can't get it to go. Here's the Prodigy, defended by Eason, kept alive. Jackson Davis with the bucket.
Offensive rebounding is all about wanting it. Fantastic effort there, leading to second chance points.
Here's Van Vliet. Now here's Thompson. Here's Green. Jackson Davis grabs a miss. The Warriors have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor.
Well, that is awesome defense, guys, against a capable finisher. Well done. I'm sure the coaches love that.
Thompson, that's good.
And man, does Thompson glide down the court with ease. Outstanding at finishing in transition.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
A bit ago, Ime Udoka and I were able to chat. I asked him about Jimmy Butler and what his defensive scheme is for him. And Coach said to not let him bully us from the interior and mid-range. We want to push him as far out as possible. We have to play tough. Let's see if they're able to accomplish this, guys.
Allie, thank you. And Grant, you look at the Rockets' additions over the last year or two. There's an emphasis on toughness.
Yeah, toughness, both physical and mental. Those are the kinds of veterans they've brought in. And that extends, of course, to the coaching staff, too.
Now here's Pajemski. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
And they may have talked about shot selection coming into this.
Outside, Green. It's deflected. Now Pajemski. We saw him with 11 points in his last game. Here's the Prodigy. Here's Jackson Davis. Nice work on the boards, paying off with a basket.
And why go away from attacking inside if the D has no answer for you?
Rockets trail by 8. Pass to Şengün. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
First personal foul.
Since being selected in the 21 draft, Alperen Şengün has really improved.
Yeah, from 9 points per game as a rookie to over 20 in his third year. Şengün has averaged about 5 assists per game over a season. A huge number for a 6'11".
Changes. Eason's checked in for Smith. Thompson comes in for Brooks. And Green is subbed in for Van Vliet. Outside, Green. Shot left block. Green in the lane.
Showing off his inside game, which will complement Green's game on the outside. It'll force defenders to have to guard him in different places on the floor.
Green out there with Cam Whitmore. Then it's Tari Eason. Then there's Ben Thompson. And it's Şengün in at the 5. That's the 5 for Houston right now. Down low. Here's Eason. Lays it up and banks it in. Eason's got his first points of the game.
He's a go-to guy for them because he's that consistent. Time and time again, he delivers.
The basket counts and 1. He'll go to the line, a chance at a 3-point play.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
Rockets trail by 16. Outside, Green. Over to the left wing. On the wing, Whitmore. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Over Hield. Ooh, a little luck that time as it drops.
Defenses nowadays try to protect the rim and the three-point line, so the mid-range is usually available.
Here's the Prodigy, defended by Thompson, and the Prodigy gets it to go.
And that's just nasty right there, guys. He has a tremendous crossover.
Outside, Green. Pass to Eason. Şengün with it. On the wing, Whitmore. Guarded by Hield. And it's Whitmore missing.
And they're +5 on the boards after that rebound.
Thompson against Butler. And he scores it. Now 5 of 9 from the field.
It's been a dominant night for him, staying productive throughout.
Rockets trail by 18. Quarter number 2 and around 3 minutes gone by. Thompson, no good. And so it's Butler who brings up the ball for the Warriors. It's off to Washington after this one, where they will face the Wizards. That'll be the second game of a 5-game road trip. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Brian, the Warriors play a unique style predicated on passing and cutting off the ball. Stephen Curry said the main goal is to just force the defense to make as many decisions as you can. So with all that ball movement and body movement, they're going to mess up at some point. Brian?
Well, it helps having a weapon like Stephen Curry. Thanks, Allie. Back to Podziemski. 1:24 left in the first half. There's the Prodigy. And the rebound goes to the Rockets. First chance of the year for them to go up against this Warriors team.
And these two teams will face off against one another 4 times. It should be fun.
Yeah, plenty of opportunity here, guys, to get on each other's bad side. I mean, if they weren't already. Should make for some fairly high drama.
The Warriors lead by 18. Butler taking his time here. Left side, Hield. Oh, and makes takes it with the kiss. Hield's got
We're
5.
good on
They're finding ways to get the ball into the paint. 5 consecutive buckets.
And on the flip side, the defenders have to show more fight on the interior. They've got to offer more resistance here.
Eason can't get it to go.
They really have a commanding lead, not just in points, but in rebounds as well.
And what I like about it, it's been a physical brand of basketball. It's had a little sandpaper element to it, gritty and rough. But that's how you win games.
Whitmore with it. To the inside. And no good, trying to use the glass. Outside Pajemski. He gets it up. It's good! It's good at the bucket. And still a pretty lopsided game for the first half.
16, the Warriors, 39.
Yeah, there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. All right, guys, we're lucky to have Shams Charania joining us now. Our 2K insider calling into the story. What do you got, Shams?
Thanks. Many consider this summer to be the most challenging field in the history of international basketball. Nevertheless, Team USA got it done. It's not getting easier, but the star power of the U.S. men's team shined right in the City of Lights. Guys, a classic ending for a stacked U.S. roster.
What a performance. Shams Charania with the report. Thanks, Shams. Kicking off the second half, here's Steve Kerr's 5. Curry and Pods make up the backcourt. Then it's Trace Jackson-Davis. Then there's Butler. And it's the Prodigy in at the power forward position. Here's Eason. Second chance effort. And he sinks the layup. Eason's got 6. And a minute played as the second half gets going. Curry passes to the Prodigy.
Get there, get there.
That drops, and it comes off an assist from Curry. Curry's got 3 assists now in this one.
We know Curry has tremendous vision, and he uses it to tee up his teammates for easy shots.
Eason, good.
Timeout. Timeout. This execution coming out of the half solid. 3 for 4 from the field so far.
And the Warriors call time here. Clark, what catches your eye about Jalen Green at a fundamental level?
Well, it starts with his pure explosiveness that just jumps out at anybody because he's jumping over everybody. Okay? The way he can get...
Making some changes. Alperin Şengün's checked in for Adams. Eason comes in for Brooks. And it's Amin Thompson in for Fred VanVleet. Here's the Prodigy. Getting it to fall there. He's 8 of 15 in the game.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
You know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
Smith and Şengün play together in the front court. Green out there with Amin Thompson. And it's Eason in at the 3. That's the 5 for Houston right now.
They've had a slight leg up on the boards and a big leg up on the scoreboard.
Well, you take a look at all of the stats, team stats that is, and that's one of the many areas that they've had the advantage in. As a result, they've got a big lead.
They're winning the battle down low by imposing their will.
Yeah, it's really been quite a contrast. I like the way they're attacking the middle at their offensive end.
Thompson's shot is off.
You know, he just has not been himself this period. Just too inconsistent up and down at the offensive end.
Here's the Prodigy. Ooh, excellent D there from Smith. To the right side. Green, the pass to Smith. Ooh, the dunk by Smith.
Yeah, what an athlete Smith is. Excellent at rising up to punch it home.
Pass to the Prodigy. Good. The Prodigy's got 19 points.
And now, almost all their points coming from the paint.
Curry against Green. And the NBA has regular season games outside the U.S., all over the world. How important is that, Grant?
It's so important, B.A. I mean, basketball has become a global sport. And just look at the recent MVPs. They're mostly international players. So playing games in those countries has helped the game grow all over the world.
Just over 2.5 minutes played now. Final quarter of regulation. Offensive rebound. Eason. No good with a layup.
Well, he's much better than that. Really no excuse for missing that lay-in.
Pass to Payton. Back to Curry. Here's the prodigy.
In the game. 2 minutes.
17-foot shot on the way. Eason pulls it in. Eason's got 9 rebounds now. Looney with some nice D.
Showing great intensity around the rim is part of why he's a respected defender.
And you know what? He's not going to give up an easy finish at the rim. I mean, that's just against his constitution.
Now, you have to extend that defense. I mean, you really have to stay connected to him at all times.
Yeah, especially with the score being what it is. I mean, you got to tighten it up on D.
And there's the whistle. Illegal screen is the call.
Well, the league has put an emphasis to crack down on illegal screens.
Yeah, you know, he might have gotten away with that a few years ago, but not anymore. No way. Now you've got to be stationary on those screens. No extra hips or elbows, or they'll...
So it's the Warriors taking care of business in this one. This one wasn't even close. The hometown crowd was waiting for a miracle that never came.
Yeah, and this team was consistent throughout. They met every challenge, and they earned this dub.
And that'll do it, folks. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Clark Kellogg, this is Brian Anderson thanking you all.
Échale ganas, mija. Lista, ponte viva. Los tiempos duros pasarán, no te rindas. Tienes que ser trucha. I could feel my blessings, they around the corner. I know that better days ain't need much longer. Cause I'm just present, focused, think I need to get out. 40s, 24, thank you, Lord. I know where I'm from, not many make it to the lead. But we bout this function, bout to crush it, best believe. I could see them moving and it's like a TV screen. Straight out from the valley, you know what it be. Échale ganas, mija. Lista, ponte viva. Los tiempos duros pasarán.
Shit.
Échale ganas, mija. Lista, ponte viva. Los tiempos duros pa. ganas mías. Lista, ponte deep. tiempos duros pasarán, no te rindas, tienes que ser trucha. I could feel my blessings, they around the corner. I know the better days ain't need much longer. That's it. How about a shimmy?
Good game last night.
You got it. You got it. Come on, man. Hey, he can ball, huh? Oh, foul! Yes, sir. That's the way I back up my game.
We are here with NBA 2K community member Hollywood. Welcome to NBA 2K TV. We're so excited to have you on the show. What's up? How are you?
Dude, I'm so excited to be here. This is my first time ever on 2K TV. So when you guys even...
Damn, I forgot them live.
Welcome to 2K Sports. Let's take a look at our starters for the Golden State Warriors. Curry and Pods make up the backcourt. Then it's Trace Jackson-Davis, Then there's Butler, and it's the prodigy in at the 4. And for Washington, we've got Sarr, Jordan Poole out there with Marcus Smart. Then it's Chris Middleton, and it's Champagnie at the 4. We should see some great ball movement from these two teams, Grant. Fantastic group of passers on each side.
They're just so unselfish. They play for one another. You can see how it keeps the whole team involved. And I'll tell you what, I just love watching teams that can pass like this. Not only is Sarr a willing passer, he's a very skilled passer as well.
Curry passes to the prodigy. Rebound by the Wizards. They're coming off a loss against Miami.
It really just wasn't a fun game for them. Their offense looked stagnant, and they couldn't get anything going.
I thought they were outworked and outplayed in just about every phase of the game. Maybe that's one of those situations where you say, hey, let's move on.
Here's Golden State. All right, let's kick it over to Allie, who had a chance to talk with head coach Brian Keefe.
I asked him specifically about Stephen Curry and what his defensive game plan is for him. And he told me, I just talked with them about communicating out there, especially when the screens are coming. We can't give Steph an inch in those situations. I think it's fair to say we can expect to hear a lot of chatter out there tonight, guys.
Thank you for that, Allie. And it's Washington with the ball. The Warriors getting their last shot to go. He drops it from range. Champagnie's got 5.
Don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
So many ups and downs in his career, Doris. You forget how young Jordan Poole is.
Well, think about opposite ends of the spectrum early on in his career. He goes down to the G League and then won a title all in a span of under 24 months. To me, he's still figuring out what works best for him, but the skill is undeniable.
Champagnie's shot is off. The Warriors have gone 2 of 3 from the floor. Curry passes to the prodigy. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Curry.
Stephen Curry.
And the first quarter of action, 2 minutes in. Inside. And he dumps it. What a pass to set him up.
Don't you love how unselfish Marcus Smart is? Sees the open man, whips the pass over in just the right amount of space.
Now here's Butler. Curry, that's good.
Talk about hitting the ground running. 4 for 5 to start.
To the inside. Here's Champagnie. Hits the layup after the sweet pump fake to freeze the lead. He's got 9.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
For Washington, they've gone 4 of 6 in the first quarter. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
But Jordan Poole understands angles and English. The ability to twist the ball through the rim if need be.
Here's the prodigy. Rebounded by Champagnie. Washington leading by 3. And there's a minute 45 left in the first quarter of the game.
Boy, surprised he missed that. The defense just good enough to prevent that bucket.
Here's the prodigy. And he drops in the layup off the glass. The prodigy's got 6.
Well, Jimmy Butler outstanding at creating opportunities for his teammates. He is not just a scorer, guys.
Time called here. The Wizards decide to talk it over. Well, we have a chance to hear from Charles Charania. He's calling in right now. Charles, great to have you on, bud.
Guys, thanks.
Making some changes. Champagnie, he's checked in for Bay. Middleton comes in for Kispert. And it's Marcus Smart in for Koulibaly. Pass to Podziemski on the wing, Payton. Outside Podziemski. And that's That's good. His first bucket of the game.
Well, the versatility he possesses makes him a very tough cover, guys.
And so in the game for the Warriors, Brandon Pajemski out there with Buddy Hield. Then there's Gary Payton second. Then it's Trace Jackson Davis. And it's the Prodigy in at the 4 spot. And they call an illegal screen here.
Offensive foul.
And a chance now to look at the schedule for the Golden State Warriors. On Wednesday, they'll be facing Al Horford and the Boston Celtics. And on Friday, they'll be matching up against Donovan Mitchell and the Cleveland Cavaliers.
What a great opportunity for this team to take a step forward. They have some tough road games coming up. That kind of stretch can bring a team together. Winning some of these games would be huge for their overall confidence.
Outside Brogdon. Down low. Here's Champagnie. And here in the second quarter, about 3 minutes played. Goes up again. Pass to Sarr. And a hand on it.
2 minutes remaining in the second quarter. 2 minutes.
Outside Hield. Now here's Pajemski. Knocked loose. 6 on the shot clock. Here's the Prodigy. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D. And Washington making a change here. George is checked in. Curry, he's checked in for the Warriors. Brogdon feeling it out a bit. And almost 4 minutes gone in the second quarter of play. George finds Brogdon. Smart outside. 4 on the clock. Goes up from the block. Tried to bank it in, but it misses. Warriors trail by 4. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Well, the Wizards last season for the first time in a long time hitting the reset button. A losing record, no surprise, but they're trying to build something from the ground up. Enough for treading water in the middle, Brian. They're 45 straight seasons without hitting 50 wins, the longest such streak in NBA history.
Oof, not good there, Allie. Thank you.
And we haven't seen them pound the ball inside and draw as much contact this quarter.
Out of bounds. It'll be Washington's ball.
Substitution on the court.
And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. The Warriors on top, leading by 3. And don't go away.
38.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. Well, Grant, with all the parity and competition in the league today, there are still those teams piling up losses.
Yeah, B.A., and with teams like the Thunder excelling, it's almost like youth is no longer an excuse, but some rebuilds take longer than others.
We've got Jordan Poole, also Marcus Smart out there. Chris Middleton is out there with Sarr, and it's Champagnie at the 4. That's the group starting the second half for Brian Keefe. It's Poole on the wing. He's covered by Curry. Just 5 on the clock. Oh, what an effort by Poole!
2 things there that make that possible for Jordan Poole. Focus and body control.
Pass to Pajemski. Chalk up 2 there. And the Warriors lead by 3.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
Here's Poole. Warriors with the rebound. It's off to Boston after this one, where they will face the Celtics. That'll put them right in the middle of a 5-game road trip. Here's the Prodigy. Comes up empty down low. And so it's Poole who brings up the ball for the Wizards. He caught that pass in full stride on his way to the big slam.
Well, not exactly one of those big, burly power forwards, right? He depends on his leaping ability more than those guys, and it serves him just fine.
That one drops for him.
Well, there's evidence all over the floor of how well Stephen Curry runs this team. He does a good job keeping them at their pace and making all the right decisions.
The putback. Oh, he hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points. Champagne's got 13.
Great effort to turn the miss into 2 points.
Yes, sir. Those are the hustle points. And Graham, once again, Stephen Curry hit 300 threes last season. Man, he's in a class of his own.
Well, there have been 7 300-plus three-point seasons ever. Stephen has 5 of them. He has the only 400 three-point year ever. So, yeah, B.A., Stephen has created his own class. Everyone in the building saw the obvious contact.
At the line for the Warriors.
First free throw is good. And Graham, when you play the Wizards, you better be ready to run.
B.A., they like to speed you up. They force you to play at their pace. And on the flip side, that gives you open floor opportunities as well.
Kispert's checked in for Washington. Malcolm Brogdon comes in for Smart. Wizards trail by 3. Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now. Here's Sarr. The rebound by Payton. Golden State has got 4 of 7 threes to go so far in this game. Curry, and counted from 12 feet. 9 points in the game.
You see the fear that Curry and his ability to shoot with range. It opens up other aspects, whether the drive or, in that instance, the midi.
Kispert, the pass to Sarr, and down it goes. Jam that one home.
How good a playmaker are we watching? Always leading, always trying to create for others.
2 minutes.
On the wing, Payton.
The third quarter. 2 minutes.
We've got 1:55 left to play in the third quarter. Pass to post. Here's the prodigy. 10 points for him. Clock is at 3. Fade away. Offensive board. Here's Butler. Butler! Unfazed by the defense.
Well, we're talking about a gritty competitor, and Jimmy Butler loves to mix it up on the glass. Nice rebound.
And the Wizards call time here. Now well into his 30s. Is it fair to start wondering how many seasons Jimmy Butler has left, Grant?
Well, it's a fair question, B.A. But at the same time, Jimmy's hunger is just so different than everybody.
The Warriors will go with a different look here. If you're just joining us, fourth quarter here. We're just over 2.5 minutes into it. Here's Brogdon. It's rebounded by Golden State. Jackson Davis has got 5 rebounds tonight. And so in the game for the Warriors, Curry and Fox make up the backcourt. Then it's Trace Jackson Davis. Then there's Jimmy Butler. And it's the prodigy in at the power forward position.
It's for the birds, cause
Pass to Champagne. Lots of room. Champagne's got 5 points now this quarter. Now Pajimski. Butler on the wing. Here's the prodigy. Good, and Butler gets the assist. Butler's got his 5th assist in this one.
Jimmy Butler has turned himself into a guy that can pick apart any defense you send in his direction. If he sees an opening, he will send it on time and on target.
Now a timeout called by Washington. They're trailing by 3. We've got 1:48 left in the fourth. All right, we present our New Balance player of the game, Stephen Curry.
This is special. We are witnessing a legendary performance here tonight. He is like levels above everyone else on the floor. Something must have clicked for him in warm-ups tonight. He's just come out and he has run wild.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Thanks, guys. I got a chance to hear what Brian Keith was saying to the team. He had some words of confidence for his team, saying all it takes is a few chances to make a few plays down the stretch. We can steal this thing from them. Back to you guys.
All right, Allie, thanks once again. Here's Poole. Poole working the interior.
They needed that one, and Jordan Poole steps up in a big way.
Curry passes to the prodigy. That one's good for 2. And the Warriors lead by 5.
In the NBA, you just can't let guys get to the rim.
Pass to Champagny. Here's Sarr, covered by Jackson Davis. Here's Champagny. From outside, off the mark.
Simply put, a bad shot, guys. They all know they can get a better look than that.
Curry passes to the prodigy. And he commits the intentional foul. Chris Middleton's checked in from Washington.
First personal foul. Third team
And the
foul.
Warriors with possession here. And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Chris Middleton. Washington foul. Marcus Smart.
He drops the first
personal
one,
foul.
and that increases the lead to 6.
Foul. Shooting for Golden State. Number 11. Taking.
And he cannot convert on the second. That misses. They can't afford to waste this shot.
Moments like this are what it's all about.
Poole shot is off. And an intentional foul right there.
Jordan Poole. Second personal foul.
No
15
problem.
foul. Shooting for Golden State.
Good on the first.
Jimmy
And that makes it a
Butler.
7-point lead.
At the line
Simply
for 2.
stated, Jimmy Butler is a winner and a game changer. This guy will compete on both ends of the floor, gives you everything he has.
Second one is good. Getting both at the line. And it's an 8-point ball game. 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Curry against Poole. The putback. Controls the rebound and the putback.
He did it in France, and he'll do it here too. Sarr showing no hesitation
foul.
being a rookie.
And so they foul
Smart.
intentionally.
Second personal foul. Team is in the penalty. At the line for the Warriors.
Oh, he doesn't get the first. That was the one they really wanted. He's got one more, though. And he does get the second one. And that makes it a 7-point lead. Now a timeout called by Washington. They're down by 7. 20 seconds left in the final quarter. All right, guys, what do you think?
Now, it's an opportunity for a teaching moment. I'm sure Coach will waste no time making his points.
Oh, yeah, submil.
And so the Warriors take the win.
That's the
Exceptional
end of the game.
effort on the road. They were ready and they were
Thanks again,
focused.
folks, for coming out
Focused
and
indeed.
supporting your
I mean,
team.
it takes a
Drive home
strong
safely.
mental approach
And
to
see
block
you
out the
again
distractions.
soon.
These guys stepped up 100%.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Ali LaForce, Grant Hill, and Doris Burke, I'm Brian Anderson saying thanks for tuning in.
Échale ganas, mija. Lista, ponte viva. Los tiempos duros pasarán, no te re...
Give me that.
Hey, man. When's team dinner? I'm starving. Another day, another drill. That's how we get it done. You'll never get better watching other players work out. Go do something. Come on, back to work.
Now, you mentioned this build can excel at the rec. Is it best in a 5v5 situation, or can you bring this out to the park as well?
So this is where the build actually is starting to shine lately. If you guys play stage at all, the threes meta lineup is really like a 6'2 to 6'4 guard with a 6'7 like shooting center and then a 7-foot inside.
Up next, the Celtics taking on the Warriors. For Boston, not the start to the season that this team wanted, but they can turn it around with the win at any time. We'll see if that starts tonight. Warriors, Celtics, and back in a moment for the tip-off. Hello, and thanks for joining us, folks, for this midweek NBA action on 2K Sports. I'm Kevin Harlan, along with Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony. On the sidelines, it's David Aldridge. Now, Golden State's starting five. Some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Hield. Butler out there with the prodigy. And it's Jackson Davis in at the center, locking down the middle. And for the Celtics, the post pair. Tatum and Porzingis. Holiday in the backcourt. To his side is White. And it's Brown in at the small forward. Here we are, Greg, looking at early returns from these teams. It's pretty revealing.
Yeah, the first few games of the season quickly tell you what you're good at. And they tell you also what you need to work on.
And it's the Warriors to start out. Here's the prodigy, guarded by Tatum. Count the basket.
And the fireworks begin. Should be an amazing show tonight.
Yeah, and it's important to get that first score quickly and establish your game.
And the dunk by Tatum.
What a move by Tatum. Finishing strong at the rim.
For Boston, they come into this one following a loss to the Hawks. Here's the prodigy. Drops it in from 11 feet. Here's Tatum. Brown outside. Over Butler. Brown, no good. And just about a minute into the first quarter. With the shot. The prodigy, no good. And So White will bring it up for the Boston Celtics. They're coming into this game off that recent loss to Atlanta.
You know, it seemed like once it went to overtime, the confidence from both teams just really seemed to go in opposite directions. And unfortunately for them, they were on the wrong side of that equation.
The Prodigy, no good.
And the pressure he put on that shot forced the miscue.
Yeah, that's the kind of aggressive defense you always want to see on the interior.
And here's Tatum for three. Jimmy Butler pulls it in. The Warriors have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far. And guys, hold on now. I'm getting word we have Shams Charania calling in. Shams, what do you have for us?
Thanks. Well, the Celtics won their 18th championship in 2024, the most of any franchise in the NBA, and with multiple extensions this summer, securing their core moving forward. Boston has made huge financial commitments to compete for championships every single year.
Not a team to be taken lightly. All right, Johns, we thank you for the report. And that one's good, Tatum.
And Tatum is an impressive athlete. So good at knifing inside and finishing at the rim.
Here's the Prodigy. He picked up 15 points in their last one against the Wizards in Washington. Drops in the layup for 2. The Prodigy's got 6 points.
Well, he's been very efficient in this quarter. Keep getting him the ball.
On the wing, Holiday. Porzingis passes the ball. Outside, White. Basket counts.
I like that from White. Attacking the heart of that defense.
And so Curry will bring it up for the Warriors. They defeated the Wizards in their last one.
Well, on the road, you don't expect to look so comfortable on the offensive end, but that was the story of the game.
Well, it comes down to preparation. They were ready for that game and kept the crowd out of it for the most part.
To the inside. Porzingis can't hit. Warriors leading by 4. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Hey, Kevin, briefly spoke with Joe Mazzulla. He talked about a lot of things, including how to try and slow down Steph Curry. He said it's the usual stuff. You can't go under screens. You have to contest without fouling. You have to recognize he will put the ball on the floor and drive if you overplay him. That's a lot to account for, guys.
Thank you, David. Now, here's Curry, following the miss by Porzingis. Here's the Prodigy, guarded by Tatum. The Prodigy, and it's White with the rebound. Celtics trail by 4. From 13, and the jumper is on the mark. White's got his second bucket of the game to go.
So much control from White in the mid-range.
And the Warriors decide to take their first time out here. And Coach Garrett White spent his first 4.5 seasons with the Spurs and Coach Greg Popovich, who did a lot to boost his confidence.
Yeah, Kevin, White was a...
Jackson Davis is checked in for Looney. The Prodigy comes in for Kuminga. Moody's subbed in for Payton. They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds that time. And a chance now to see how teams are faring across the league. Here's the latest edition of the Power Rankings. You look at Portland. They're gaining on some of the teams above them, trying hard to crack into that top 5.
And I think for Golden State, they love the situation they're in right now, playing very well, but looking ahead, they know there's still a lot left to prove.
The small and power forwards, the star pair of Brown and Tatum. Then it's Holiday, then there's Horford. And it's Pritchard in at the point guard. That's the Boston 5. A Prodigy, no good. Celtics trail by 12. Inside, here's Tatum. Tatum gets it to go inside.
Nice little finish there inside from Tatum. He is so quick to get up when he's near the rim.
Here's the Prodigy. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. The Prodigy's got the lead up to 13 now for the Warriors. Boston's gotten half their shots from three-point range to go down in the second quarter. 3 of 6 from downtown. Round kicks to Holiday. Pass to Tatum. Shoots over Jackson Davis. Tatum with another miss.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that.
Offensive rebound. And Jackson Davis gets it to go. Jackson Davis has got his first 2 points of the night.
When you're trying to claw your way back into a game, you cannot allow second chance opportunities.
Well, look, their lack of effort is exactly why they're behind. Just look at how they're getting bullied on the glass right now. And one of the most respected players in the NBA is Drew Holiday.
Yeah, Kevin, he's a 3-time Teammate of the Year award winner. He's also a Sportsmanship Award winner. He is a pro's pro.
All free throws good from Drew Holiday.
And that's another area where he is just a superb player. Excellent at the free throw line.
Healed outside. Here's the Prodigy, guarded by Tatum. A Prodigy, no good.
Yeah, not his best night in terms of shot selection. Lucky for him, his teammates have picked up the slack.
Just a positive force right now for these guys. And though his team has fallen a bit short, it's not because of him.
Here's the Prodigy. That's good on the jump shot. The Prodigy's got 11 points. Here's Tatum. From deep three-point land. That shot is off. And so is the Golden State Warriors. 13.
The Celtics 29. The Warriors 42.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. Really an incredible game from Stephen Curry.
And he's shown just how adept he can be at creating contact and then cashing in at the line.
Well, he's also a pretty good actor. He sells fouls really well.
And on the floor for Steve Kerr as we get into the second half. Some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Hill. Here's Jackson Davis out there with the Prodigy. And it's Butler in at the small forward position. He lobs up the alley pass. Throws down the alley slam.
And Butler is someone any coach would love to have. You see why with passes like these.
Stan, of all the different styles of offense in this NBA, what style is the toughest to defend, toughest to stop?
Kevin, I don't think there's really any difference in terms of styles or systems in terms of what's tough to stop. It's players. And it's how well a system maximizes their best players. That's what makes teams tough to stop.
Second half of basketball, just over their plate so far. White goes in. It's hauled in by Jackson Davis.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in crashing this huge lead.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, the Celtics can beat you in a number of ways. Point guard Drew Holiday said you can play small and big. We have great bench players who come in and change the game at any time and could start on other teams. And we have a hunger. Kevin, they're going to be a problem for a long time.
Agreed. They are stacked.
Well, when it comes to his jump shooting, Tatum is extremely efficient in catch and shoot situations.
Timeout called the Warriors. And Greg, we were talking Jaylen Brown making the 2023 All-NBA second team. That was the
Substitution on the court.
24 seconds left in the third quarter of the game.
Get there, get there.
Lets it fly. Offensive rebound. And Post gets it to go.
And the D getting outworked there on the putback. Can't let that happen.
And I can tell you from experience, these are the types of things that drive coaches crazy.
And so it's the Golden State Warriors holding a very comfortable 25-point lead as the quarter comes to a close.
The Warriors, 69.
And let's go back to a terrific pass that we're calling tonight our State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a...
Substitution on the court. The new 5 on the floor. All right, we'll take a look now at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for the Warriors.
Well, they've been hitting threes at a high clip, and the defense hasn't done enough to challenge them at the line. They need to close out and run them off the three.
And they've also played exceptionally well in the paint tonight, taking advantage of their opportunities to work inside.
And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. The guards are Pritchard and White. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 spot. That's the Boston 5. And again, it's the Warriors missing. Here's Tatum. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Brown's got 4 assists in the game.
Well, with his dribble moves, Tatum will get where he needs to go, and he's an outstanding finisher.
And Jackson Davis gets it to go.
The assist.
And loving the strategy. Even though you're well ahead, you want to stay in attack mode.
Yeah, you got to keep going at it. You don't want to leave any hope for a customer.
2 minutes inside the line. Warriors with the rebound. Here's the prodigy, and the Warriors take on 2 more.
Well, you can see why he's a go-to guy for them. They trust in his ability to shoulder the offensive load.
Here's Pritchard. So, Stan, I've been wondering about these different approaches. The development system for youth basketball is vastly different in the U.S. than in Europe. Which do you think is best?
Well, I think in terms of developing skills, Kevin, we've seen it. The European players of all sizes have very well-rounded games skill-wise. They do a lot of work on a daily basis developing those skills, whereas in the U.S., our young guys play a lot of games in the AAU system. Skill development not as strong, but they do learn to compete on an everyday basis.
Well, guys, this was never really a contest, just a total obliteration, if you will. And you can safely say mission accomplished now for the Warriors.
This was a team performing to its fullest capability.
A hugely satisfying win, a game that not many will soon forget, and on the other side, one that I think most will try to forget.
And with this effort tonight, grabbing their 8th win of the year.
And with the win approaching, they'll take the first game here of 2 that they'll play against this team. Nice to get that first one out of the way and set the tone.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Stephen Curry.
He was doing everything right, and the points came in bunches. Definitely had the hot hand.
Puts up a deep 3. The prodigy, no good.
And when you are as good a shooter as he is, you have to have the confidence to take that shot. It might not always fall.
That's one of those heat check shots, and heat check is a synonym for bad shot.
And it's the attention to detail that sets Tatum apart from most players in our league.
Jason Tatum at the line for 2 shots.
And so Tatum nails them both. Here's Curry.
Curry, you mean?
The prodigy passes to Curry. Here's the prodigy. Fires away from outside. The shot, no good. So we see the Warriors taking the game here.
The end of the game.
This crowd was stunned by the manner in which their team was dismantled.
You know what? Shocking. I don't care what the matchup matchup is you never expect a road team to come in and just cruise to the kind of win they did tonight.
And that'll do it, folks. So for Stan Van Gundy, Greg Anthony,
Échale ganas, mija. Lista, ponte viva. Los tiempos duros pasarán, no te rindas.
Hey, man.
fucking mind.
So, what was your reaction to finding out 2K wanted your build in?
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us for NBA action on 2K Sports. Let's take a look at our starters for the Golden State Warriors. Curry and Pods make up the backcourt. Then there's Butler. Then it's Trace Jackson-Davis. And it's the prodigy in at power forward. And for Cleveland, Garland and Mitchell, the talented 1 and 2. Dean Wade is out there with DeAndre Hunter. And it's Allen in at the 5 down low. And with things just getting started in this new season, Britt, what are you looking forward to the most moving ahead?
The BA, I think about last year's teams and the magic that they had to push themselves into playoff positioning. Do they still have it? But one of the more exciting things in terms of the storyline is which teams are showing some early chemistry that could threaten some of those teams from last year. That is something that we always gravitate towards. The fresh blood, the new team, the one that's going to be the underdog throughout the course of the year, and how far can they push it?
Now here's Mitchell. Tight defense on him. Top of the key jumper, no good. And Curry's got the ball here for Golden State. And the prodigy gets it to go.
So much talk about Steph's scoring ability, but he's also a great facilitator.
The Cavaliers have gone 1 for 3 so far. And Graham, when you look at Darius Garland, he has a very polished offensive game.
Absolutely. He's great at creating for himself, but also knows when to get others involved. He can score from anywhere, and he works incredibly hard on his craft.
Grant, the Cavs making the playoffs the last 2 years, a big deal in Cleveland.
Well, outside of years with LeBron on the roster, they hadn't made the postseason since 1998. But this group of Cavaliers are making their own history now.
You know, not too many teams have the stability at head coach as the Warriors have had, Brent.
Well, I'm not sure there's ever been a more perfect fit for a team than Steve Kerr with the Golden State Warriors. There's been a magical run in the Bay Area, and you just look at the type of connectivity he has with his players, and again, how much joy these Warriors play with.
Garland, the pass to Wade. Hunter on the wing. And he's gone for the lob. Trying to go for a lob there. Excellent defense and anticipation to stop it. Here's Butler. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Curry.
Kind of fun when you have a fast break where guys want to join you. And Jimmy Butler, he's a member of the party.
Garland for 3. Rebounded by Butler.
I'm not sure how he finds himself in so much space there. He's kicking himself for whiffing a bit on that one.
Here's the prodigy. Hunter covering. Outside Curry. Shot clock at 6. Yep, that one goes.
D hasn't been quick enough to react to the ball inside. That's helped cause this run.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Thanks, guys. I spoke with Cleveland's head coach for a bit. I asked him outright how he planned to deal with Steph Curry. How does anyone deal with him, Coach joked. He went on to say, we'll try to adjust every shot and chase him off the arc, but emphasis on try. Not easy to solve a problem with no good solution, I guess, BA.
And Allie, thanks. Here's Hunter. No good that time. Ooh, good work defensively by Butler. Seems like this offense is being executed the way it was designed.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach couldn't be happier with the results. And they've settled in quickly today. A nice flow and rhythm to their offense.
And the Cavaliers call time here. First chance of the year for them to go up against this Warriors team.
It was surprising they lost both games to this.
We're about a minute and a half into the second quarter now. On the wing, Wade Back to Mitchell. Garland up top. And he banks in the layup. Garland's got 7.
And they're trending in the right direction after a rough first quarter from the field.
On the floor for the Warriors. Curry and Potts make up the backcourt. Then there's Kevon Looney. Then there's Butler. And it's the Prodigy in at the 4. 2 points. That one goes. The Prodigy's got his second bucket on the night.
Ooh, how sick was that, guys? I mean, he makes defenders look silly with moves like that.
Garland, the pass to Wade. Outside Mitchell. Takes the 3. Rebounded by Butler. The Warriors have gotten only 3 of 9 attempts to fall in the second. Pajimski with it. Working on Hunter. They get the rebound. And Looney with the slam.
Looney in the right spot there. Good presence on the inside as he boxes the defense out and sends the ball right up.
From deep, Mitchell. Can't get it. He's now 1 of 4 from the floor. And Curry's got the ball here for Golden State. Coming into this, having notched a win against Boston in their last game.
And most of the arena was totally against them. But they looked inward, trusted each other, and made good plays.
Yeah, and in that game, it turned into a massive scoring night. It wasn't so much about the game plan as it was establishing early confidence to get that win.
Well, Brent, there are only a handful of players in the league with the big game experience. So it's the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's the end of the closing out the quarter ahead by 11 points. Just
45. The Warriors 34.
Oh. Yo, I didn't sit in the like in a holding reach. 35.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it's been a runaway. Jared Allen has been sensational.
And just halfway through this contest, he's already registered a double-double.
Yeah, guys like him love to stuff the stat sheet. He's doing it here.
Garland and Mitchell, the talented 1 and 2. Dean Wade is out there with Jared Allen. And it's Hunter in at the 3, the small forward. So that's who's on the floor for the Cavs. Here's Garland. Good as the jump shot falls. Garland's got 11 points.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
Yeah, the coach pretty smart for zoning in on him and giving him opportunities to stay with that confident play.
Cleveland leading by 11. Ooh, poked away. And Hunter, here we go. Jackson Davis grabs the miss. Jackson Davis has got his 6th rebound on the night. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
The Cavaliers are having success. Point guard Darius Garland said we're building something here and we've come a long way. It feels amazing having our own legacy. We're just trying to keep it going. The whole city is behind us. And Brian, they know there's still work to do.
And they've got no problem with that, Allie. Thank you. Wade misses.
That could have been an easy pass and finish. Not really sure what went wrong.
Yeah, you'd like to keep things a little more simple, and that was a play that didn't quite develop the way they wanted it.
Garland looking around. Over Curry. Second chance shot. Allen. He can't get it to go. Good work defensively by Jackson Davis. Outside Curry. Here's the Prodigy. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Curry. 10 points for him.
Yeah, that's one way to get back into this game. Keep getting him the ball and let him make the shots.
And we're joined now by Shams Charania, who's calling in with a story. Good to have you, Shams. What's going on?
Well, guys, teams are all grappling with this new CBA, especially the dreaded second apron. Fans possibly unclear on what it means. Honestly, even front offices are still navigating the complexities of the new restrictions. But basically, it has become harder for teams to spend big and acquire new players under the current systems. We'll see, guys, how this impacts everyone moving forward.
Something to keep an eye on, no doubt. All right, Shams, thanks a lot.
Sweet to be a difference maker in the game, and he's been a great option for them on these possessions.
Here's the Prodigy. Misses in close. Outside Garland. Shoots from the right block. Blocked!
2 minutes.
Garland against Curry to the left wing.
2 minutes.
And the Prodigy gets it to go. The Prodigy's got 12.
They have no answer defensively inside.
Cleveland calls timeout. Brent, you could hit the three back in your day, and no doubt, Stephen Curry is the best three-point shooter in league history. What makes him so good from deep?
To me, BA, it comes down to the way that Steph goes about his habits in practice. If you ever watch really...
Mitchell's checked in for Cleveland. Darius Garland comes in for Tyson. Here's the Prodigy, covered by Strus. Here's the Prodigy. Bucket again. 7 for 12 and going at the defense.
I mean, could we say he was playing possum a bit there in the first half? Because he seems to be a different guy out there, really more assertive.
On the floor for the Warriors. Curry and Podge make up the backcourt. Then there's Jimmy Butler. Then it's Trace Jackson Davis. And it's the Prodigy in at the 4. Warriors trail by 21. Here's the Prodigy. A touch under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the fourth. Garland finds Allen. Here's the Prodigy, covered by Strus. Here's the Prodigy. And again, it's Golden State.
Oh, explosive crossover. How's that for a move?
The Cavaliers lead by 21.
Can
Allen
you-
on the wing.
Whenever if Curry gets to
Well, BA, these teams have done a very good job of positioning themselves well. If you look back over the past couple of years, what have they done? Well, they've had themselves a lot of pick and a lot of good fortune moving up in the draft in some cases. And these teams aren't going anywhere.
Wade, he's checked in for Cleveland. Hunter comes in for Jerome.
2 minutes.
And Allen provides three things consistently when he's playing. He'll rebound, he'll score a little bit, and he'll definitely give you rim protection. So not a guy trying to shoot a bunch of threes.
But Jimsky's shot is good.
He's a potent mix of effort and ability. Hard to shut down a player of his caliber.
Outside Hunter. Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We played about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter here. On the wing, Mitchell. 6 on the shot clock. Cleveland, the rebound. Second shot opportunity. It's rebounded by Golden State. Butler's got a rebound, number 5 here tonight.
Well, the scoreboard tells you
True,
everything
true.
you need to know about this one. A great showing here for the Cavaliers.
And it was a big-time performance across the board. They looked like they were having fun out there, Grant.
Yeah, BA, it was almost like watching a cat play with a mouse. I mean, they did pretty much anything they wanted to do out there today.
And with this win, they've tallied up a total of 6 wins on the year.
And with this one all but in the record books, they set the tone in the first of what will be only 2 meetings between these teams.
And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game for Jared Allen.
Now just a force on the glass, did a fantastic job crashing the boards and coming up with seemingly every rebound.
Out of bounds. It'll be Cleveland ball. A different look for Cleveland. Tyson, he's checked in for Jared Allen. Okoro comes in for Hunter. And it's Merrill in for Donovan Mitchell. We've got 33 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Here's Garland. Tries again. Pass to Tyson. No one near him. And he gets the jumper to drop. And the Cavaliers lead by 20.
You can feel the excitement in this arena. These guys have done one heck of a job.
A huge motivation, always great for a young team, but veteran players also appreciate when fans come with that kind of energy and get into the spirit of the game.
The three is up. The prodigy can't hit. And so it's the Cavaliers taking care of business in this one. We saw two different teams tonight. One played with confidence, operating flawlessly. The other just looked lost.
And the energy in this building was awesome. The crowd was involved from the jump. And once they started to really pour it on, it was fun to see how it all came together.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Allie LaForce, Grant Hill, and Brent Berry, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for watching tonight's game. So long, everybody.
Échale ganas, mija. Lista, ponte viva. Los tiempos duros pasarán, no te rindas. Tienes que ser trucha. I could feel my blessings, they around the corner. I know that better days ain't need much longer. 'Cause I'm just present, focused, think I need to get out. 40s, 24, thank you, Lord. I know where I'm from, not many make it to the league. But we bout this function, bout to crush it, best believe. I could see them moving, and it's like a TV screen. Straight out from the
You can't play with me.
Damn. But bro, I'm the
Ponte viva, los tiempos duros pasarán, no te rindas, tienes que ser.
damn, bro, I'm that ass, bro.
I could feel my blessings, they around the corner.
I am that ass, bro.
I know that better days ain't need much longer, 'cause I'm just present focused, think I need to get out. 40s, 24, thank you, Lord. I know where I'm from, not many make it to the league, but we bout this function, bout to crush it, best believe. I could see them moving and it's like a TV screen, straight out from the valley, you know.
One more match and then I end this stream, bro.
Vinyl music lovers, listen up. 2K has partnered with Empire Records to create a limited edition vinyl box set 25. This set features artists Ashake, Larry June, Moneyman, Babytron, Lucky, and more. Over 2 vinyl records, also exclusive collector's items, and 35,000 VC for NBA 2K25. This collector set is available now.
Introducing the starting five for your Oklahoma City Thunder. At shooting guard, 6 feet 4 inches, number 5, Lucas Dort. A man in the middle, at 7 foot 0 inches, number 55, Isaiah Hartenstein. Starting at power forward, 7 feet 1 inches.
And now the Golden State Warriors starters. In the backcourt, Wilson, Curry, and Brzezinski. Prodigy is out there with Butler. And it's Jackson Davis in at the 5, home in the paint. And for the Thunder, the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Holmgren and Hartenstein. Gilgeous Alexander runs things with Dort to his side. And it's Williams at the small forward. And early season action here tonight.
Oh yeah, on TV and listening to
And they are ready to go.
Everyone's locked in. It's early in the season. There is a different type of energy to get started.
Williams with the ball. Here's Holmgren. And the jump by Holmgren.
Given that Holmgren is 7 feet tall, he's a threat
Yeah,
to
am I
throw
a
it
center
down
now?
at any time.
Passes it to the product. Majemski on the wing. Shot clock at 6. Pass to the product. Fades. That will not get it done. He's 0 for 2.
A cold start for them. 3 shots, 3 misses. Good thing it's early. You want a high percentage take offensively. Get it to Holmgren in that spot.
The Warriors have gone 0 of 3 from the field to start the game. I'm told now by our producer, do we have them, guys? Okay, we do. We have a call coming in from Shams Charania. Shams, thanks for joining us. What do you have?
Thanks. Well, for the Warriors this summer, there was disappointment seeing their longtime trio broken up with the departure of Klay Thompson. But many around the league felt like with the additions they've made, this team is actually upgraded. So, guys, we'll see how they hold up in this crowded Western Conference. Do Steph Curry and Draymond Green have it?
They'll be challenged for certain. Okay, Shams, thank you for the report. Here's the prodigy after the made shot from Chet Holmgren. And there's the basket. Whistle blows and a chance for a three-point play going to the line for 1.
The way that Curry reads the floor, he could get double-digit assists on any night if he wanted to.
Guys, what do you think about the offensive approach so far that we've seen for Oklahoma City?
I've really been impressed with how aggressive they've been inside, looking to capitalize from the paint whenever they can.
And also have to bring up their passing game. They've been moving the ball with great precision so far and creating great looks for their teammates. Not a problem when that's your first miss of the game. Strong start.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Well, I talked with head coach Mark Dagnall, and we talked about facing off against Jimmy Butler. The coach said, you have to compete. No one in the league plays harder than Jimmy. He's a guy who gives his all on both ends, so you can't take one possession off. Jimmy Butler, truly a two-way star. Guys?
Thank you, David. And here now the defender, following the score by Golden State. Leaps for it.
No clue how he misfired on that shot. You don't see that from him very often.
Things really clicking for him at the offensive end.
They're making good decisions, not wasting these opportunities. And really just...
Fool him. You Dia mana kau black ni, my brother.
He's checked in for Holmgren. And it's Cason Wallace in for Wiggins. Golden State also making some changes. The prodigy comes in for Kuminga. Moody's subbed in for Jimmy Butler. That's good from Stephen Curry. And many around the league believe Curry doesn't get enough fouls called in his favor. G.A., what do you think?
There could be some truth to that. He gets held and grabbed more than anyone when running off screens, but especially blatant on drives to the rim.
Dort and Williams up in the forward position. Wallace is out there with Gilgeous-Alexander, and it's Hartenstein in its center. It's the lineup of the game for Oklahoma City. A prodigy and a great assist by Curry as that one goes in. Curry's got 3 assists tonight. And here's Williams now. He'll bring it up for the Thunder, trailing by 4. They host the Clippers after this game. Out to Wallace. Switch. Outside, Dort. Clock at 6. Oklahoma City needs to get off a shot. Offensive rebound.
2 minutes remaining.
Double team on Williams.
2 minutes.
Here's Hartenstein. Good work there as it goes.
Even double team, he had the vision to see the open man.
Curry passes to the product. From 13, it's rebounded by Hartenstein. Hartenstein's got 4 rebounds in this game.
Something that's kept this game close is the fact that the rebound stats for both teams are almost identical.
Let's see some of the numbers here for Lou George. For Oklahoma City, they have shot 75% at the line tonight, going 3 for 4.
And one of the highlights last year for this group was the fact that they were so efficient from material strength. That's a huge factor.
A different look for Oklahoma City. Alex Crusoe comes in for Dort. And it's Isaiah Joe in for Gilgeous Alexander. The Warriors also with a sub. Looney's checked in.
And I need to see some more assertiveness out of these defenders.
Oklahoma City trailing. Last season, the Thunder finished as the 1 seed for the first time since 2013.
Yeah, and that was when they were led by the young duo of Durant and Westbrook. But they've got a new group of young stars now who are looking to bring that championship to OKC.
Golden State's got both of their three-point attempts to go down here in the second quarter. And the slam by Moody.
One of the most unselfish superstars out there, Curry is always looking to make his teammates better.
It's been a nice stretch for them offensively.
I mean, the communication's great. The movement's been really good. This is solid team basketball.
And they really did a good job spotting his teammate near the bucket and then just pinpoint passing for the finish.
Here's the prodigy. He's guarded by Williams. Here's the prodigy. Excellent D there from Williams. The Thunder shooting with confidence, 50% for the field so far. 5-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. The Warriors leading.
And no need to rush this. Let the clock run down.
Yeah, you don't have to be quick. You just have to be deliberate.
Count that bucket.
And he should thank the team for those 2 points. Nobody paid much attention to him on that play.
Beyond the arc. The three-pointer is right on target. Williams has got his first 3 points of the game.
Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring. Able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
So second score, the Thunder, 43, the Warriors, 44.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. Chet Holmgren has been sensational.
Yeah, pretty much all throughout that first half. And he was taking care of his business on the low blocks and getting more than his fair share of them.
He has been aggressive, getting into the painted areas seemingly at will and wreaking absolute havoc on the defense.
And on the floor for Steve Kerr as we get into the second half. In the backcourt, we'll see Curry and Podziemski. Prodigy is out there with Trace Jackson-Davis. And it's Butler in at the small forward. Pass to Jackson-Davis. And Greg, you think about what they call float games. Why does that one shot earn a nickname like that?
I mean, it's a badge of respect, right? The floaters, teardrops, whatever you call them, runners, often the finishing touch to an already well-developed offensive action.
And that one's good. Gilgeous Alexander.
This is why SGA is a focal point of this offense, because of that ability to score.
Here's the prodigy. That one falls through. It's his 6th make from the floor this game. Now 6 for 10. The Thunder with the lead. Up top, Gilgeous Alexander, guarded by Kerr. Now Hartenstein. Gilgeous Alexander passes to Williams. 6 to shoot. Podziemski grabs the board.
Now, I understand that shot didn't go down, but they will take that look every trip down the floor.
To the middle.
And you can see him give a little nod and then just burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
A pair of teammates, Greg, with a terrific feel for each other. It didn't take long for Podziemski to establish himself as an elite charge taker.
The funny thing about the game of basketball is that some things can't be taught. Potts clearly has the it factor when it comes to the timing that it takes to draw charges. He can steal a few possessions for you every single game.
A legendary competitor, Butler, with no fear taking it hard to the hoop.
Here's Williams. And the pass to Holmgren. Jacks up a 3. And it's Curry with the rebound. Warriors leading by 3. And man, is this team on a roll right now offensively, Greg. So fun to watch.
They're playing with so much confidence, which is why they're tearing it up on this end.
A little over We're 2.5 minutes off the clock in this final half of play. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. And he drives in. Outside, Dort. At the run. Warriors with the rebound. Here's the Prodigy. 15 points in the game. Runs up empty down low.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
I'm sure they'll think twice about shooting against him next time.
Holmgren in the post. And that's going to be a travel.
Golden State ball.
And Oklahoma City making a change.
And catch up to them. But
some changes for Golden State. The Prodigy is checked in for Gary Payton. And it's Stephen Curry in for Kuminga. Gilgeous-Alexander runs things with Dort to his side. Williams is out there with Wiggins. And it's Holmgren in at the 5 spot. That's the lineup in the game for Oklahoma City. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. The Prodigy with the rebound. Warriors trail by 4. And we're about 3 minutes into the fourth quarter. Gilgeous-Alexander pulls it in. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 4 rebounds now tonight. On the wing, Williams. He feeds it to Wiggins. Wiggins throws it down.
Also giving guys the ball where they can do something with it.
His court vision has been on display in this one. He's doing a tremendous job just orchestrating the offense.
Now a timeout called by Golden State. They're trailing by 6. And there's a minute 45 left in the fourth quarter. And now we present our New Balance player of the game, Chet Holmgren.
And he's just been crushing it from the field tonight, Kevin. Whether it's been on open looks or with the guy draped all over him, he just hasn't missed much. And with his percentage in the sky-high range, they've had no choice but to make him their #1 option on every trip.
19 points for the Prodigy.
Nice play call there. Down the stretch, getting him the open look.
And late in games, throwing those in-looks, his shot, it just works.
That's going to draw a whistle every time down the floor. Not even close to being a legal screen.
That's a very avoidable turnover. You gotta focus on the details.
Here's the Prodigy. That one falls. Wow, just a 2-point Thunder lead.
This man has entered the zone. Great shooting performance from him all game long.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander.
This guy isn't afraid of opponents.
Here's the Prodigy, defended by Holmgren. The Prodigy, rebound by Williams.
You know, the right thing there to try to fade away with the D all over, but that is a difficult shot to sink.
Holmgren gets the bucket. And now a 6-point Thunder lead.
Stay cool. A clutch moment. Not letting his inexperience get the best of him.
And now they trail by just 4.
And just a step ahead of the D in that possession there, making the pass. Nice assist.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Fouled on the shot. Picks up 2 points. So one free throw coming up.
Strong take by SGA. 6'6" with point guard skills. What a nightmare matchup he is.
Here's Curry. 34 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's the Prodigy. Dort grabs the miss. And so it's Oklahoma City with it. Down low. Here's Holmgren. And the jump by Holmgren.
And credit the whole team. It was a focused, concerted effort to put this one away.
And it felt like they just flipped the switch to go on that run and seal the game. Saving their best basketball for the end. Always smart.
Now, here's Gilgeous Alexander. So it's Oklahoma City picking up the win. Some good moments throughout this one, but they have a clear edge down the stretch.
Yeah, I love the way they executed on both ends of the floor. Completely under control for the vast majority of the game. And whenever there was a misstep, they just didn't allow it to fester. And that's why they're going to walk away with the win.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now.
Échale ganas, mija. Lista, ponte viva. Los tiempos duros pasarán, no te rindas. Tienes que ser trucha. I could feel my blessings, they over.